Hello. Hello, everyone. Start out with some Wordle, and then we'll fix the multiplayer housing. Robot. Okay. Lords. Oh. Lore. Lorks? Is that a thing? Loris. Shit. Loris. Ayo. 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 I basically got the same as... I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same... Lords, Lors... yeah, Lards. I guess Lards. Even though Lards obviously has an A, but, you know... I'll take it. Okay. Great job, great job. So, I want to see... That fish has been working a bit on the new level, so we'll just check it out. And then we're gonna fix so that you can do player housing online. And then I'm gonna work on that taxi job. See if we can get that working. Lards is a word, yeah, I would imagine. I mean, lard is a word, obviously. But I don't know what lards would actually mean. Lards? Is it like a... I guess lards makes sense. Like, it's many different kinds of lards. You have one lard, many lards. Like lard varieties. Varieties of lards. You know? Well, not lard in the possessive form. So lard would be... lards would be many multiples of lard, right? Because you could always do lards, you know, like that. Lard's backyard barbecue, Lard's lunch. But lards would be like multiples. Here you can see the use over time for lard. Right now, lard is out of fashion, but of course this is 2019. If you skip ahead a couple years, you'll see a huge spike as everyone in the world celebrates and mentions lard chowder. Yeah, use lard for your barbecue. Let's see what that fish has been doing, huh? Protein and fat, yeah. Look at this, look at this. This is that fish's work of art. I haven't seen much of anything here. Oh, we should probably remove the canvas from the visibility. That's what I'm talking about. looks pretty good. And then of course you could have like separate islands and stuff, and he's gonna have like trains, I guess, and bit like that too. Yeah, he's got this highway section up here. I think it's gonna be like more, not necessarily train, but more like monorails and stuff. So, you know, like they'd have in, is it do they have monorails? Is it monorails? The Metro Mover. You'd have these sort of things. Which is a thing in Miami. So we're going for this, like in terms of the style, we want to go for sort of like Hawaii meets Miami meets Los Angeles. So all of these sort of like iconic places mixed into one. Well, that's the funny thing, like the monorail, the idea of this like driving up like this. Simpsons made a funny episode about it, just like how supposedly futuristic it was with the monorail, and it was like they're bringing the monorail to Springfield, and was like this whole meme, because the idea of the monorail was like, yeah, super trendy at one point. It was like the Segway. I don't know if you remember the hype for the Segway. But yeah, the monorail episode is quite famous from The Simpsons. Good one. But yeah, no snowy village in this area. We're looking at that fish's progress he's making on the official Penguin Springs map. As you can see, he's got a little bit more inspiration here from... got multiple islands, archipelagos here, with roads connecting between. We got some floating highway sections here. Of course, you just have this pillar going down in the middle of the road, but you know, ignore that. I think this is starting to look pretty cool. But yeah, like I said, we're taking a bit of a inspiration from, like, it's a melting pot of sort of Hawaii, Los Angeles, and Miami. So it's like melting pot for all three cities, and combining this into the sort of master resort city. But yeah, he's been playing a lot of Miami Vice, which I told him to do, and he's taking more inspiration from with the islands. I don't know if you guys have played Miami Vice or not. Is it Vice City? Not Miami, Vice City. Yeah, GTA Vice City. Where was it? Miami Vice? That's a show though, right? But yeah, he's taking inspiration from that, which is like very much separated into these islands, as you know, Miami is, which Vice City is inspired by Miami. But of course, that's where GTA 6 is also taking place. So I guess in that sense, you know, we're working in similar areas, which is gonna be fun. But yeah. Anyway, enough of this. Let's go to what's important. But yeah, I mean, imagine this sort of dense city spread out over all of the new level. I think that's going to be epic. I give you guys some dance points to start off the show, you know. Okay, I was working a little bit on the traffic simulation yesterday after stream. It was a little bit hit or miss not entirely obvious to me. I was struggling so much with like rendering like these circles here surrounding the intersections. A very weird bug there where it draws like the default value for some reason. And I mean, I think it's only one intersection, but it's still drawing it twice. I don't know, it's very weird. Hello there, I am not stay here, just come to say hello. Well, hello and goodbye then, my good sir. Hello and goodbye. Okay. Okay. What was I thinking? Plan is to fix the housing for clients. So as a server, you can buy an apartment and you can decorate it. But as a client, that wasn't working. So I'm gonna look in to see what I need to add to get that to work on the clients as well. If I get that working soon enough, then I will be moving straight on to implementing the taxi job. And we'll see how difficult that's gonna be. And then I think I'm gonna try to compile a test version. Oh my god, Goody Delphi's wife is here. I can't believe it. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. Okay, let's see here. As a property manager, I think I was decorating the property when I was working a few days ago. Oh right, I need to extend Hey, good Delphi's wife, what's up? I wonder if this is James. I think that would make sense. Will you wait? What? That doesn't make any sense. If you're supposed to be my wife, why wouldn't I already be married with you? Like, yeah, see you later. Who the frick is Rolf? Get property owner. Request property. Right, okay, and the property hash, maybe that's the issue. Hashed ID. I mean, the hashed ID should be the same for, because that's hashed. Yeah, talk to you later, my wife. I wonder. I'm just gonna try to decorate the apartment on my own. Hello, a Chinese person. Oh, that's the request random property. Okay. Hello, Mohammed Amin Shams. Request property. Property purchaser. That's the one. Jerk it. No, thank you, Uncle. What are you making? I'm making Penguin GTA. I think this... See here, class. Is there any output to show? Yes, there is, but I'm working right now and I'll show it when it's ready. I guess save game is never called. I wonder where I should have... I think this is safer, yeah. Call it PS Save Manager. I'm working on the save system and property owning, so a bit all over the place here. I guess we shouldn't do get save, we should just have like all these different methods for like public, void, add inventory item. Okay, add item. What's the difference with add item? It's never used though. Hello, BHS FC Mobile. What's up? Yep, C sharp, you know it. $63 people watching? Like right now? There aren't 63 people watching me. What? Can I? That can't be true. I think that's the highest viewer number I've ever had then. You guys for real? 56? Wait. Yeah, but why are there so many? What's up, guys? To celebrate the new record viewer count on Shorts, gave you guys some newts. Thanks for hanging out, people. Java? No, C sharp. Ruby. Yeah, I've never touched Ruby in my entire life. I mean, C sharp is basically Java, but if it was good. Just kidding. I'm not a Java hater. Maybe I am a Java hater. I mean, it's Microsoft Java. I want to put it that way. Yeah, I don't have any clue at all about Ruby. Not a single clue, but I mean, if it truly was that good, wouldn't it have taken the entire dev world by storm? Do you ever play Fortnite? No. Well, I mean, look, Java has many iterations. The new Java is good. I mean, I don't know. For example, like in C sharp, you have link. In Java, you have streams. But streams just, I mean, I've worked with streams, you know, a couple times. And link versus streams. Like, there's just no comparison. Streams are terrible compared to link, and you use link quite frequently, especially working with like a lot of data. Sorry. Right, I guess. Do I have a set loadout? Add inventory item, save game, right? Get inventory, get loadout. Maybe I could just do by reference. I think that's nicer. There we go. No, I don't. I mean, BHS, it's like, I don't care that much about view numbers. I could have one person watching me for all I care, but, you know, it's cool when I beat a new record, but I don't expect anyone to chat, you know? This is just a place to hang out and just take it easy, right? No expectations from me, and there's no I don't feel bad if anyone leaves, right? I don't feel bad about it. I'm just happy anyone shows up at all. Java's attempt to do Lambdas was horrible. Yeah, I haven't. You mean, how did they do Java Lambda? Yeah, because you, I think I did that. I mean, this is very much like C#. Okay, this consumer? Is consumer the name for Lambda? Like, if you pass in a method? Okay, yeah, that's a weird... Yeah. Oh yeah, when they first did it? Yeah. Which Java is this? Java 8. What Java are we on now? Are we like on Java 37 or something? Java 21. Oh my god. So many Javas. So many Javas. And the thing is, like, no one even updates their Java, so everyone's still using, like, the old version, so you never get any of the cool features when you're working, like, with Enterprise. So what's the point of them updating Java if no one ever updates the actual projects in the first place? Okay, and I think... Yeah, so here. I don't know, I think I'm gonna work with references. I don't want to have a bunch of get set, get set, get set. I think I'm just gonna work with references and then obscure it that way. I know it maybe defies logic, but it's, yeah, I just don't want to bloat the entire save manager because I imagine I'm gonna keep a bunch of data in there. Hello, Carl Johnson. Yeah, because I'm switching basically I'm working on this spin-off in the game, and the old game has a bunch of these string literals for like accessing save data, which has been a freaking hell to work with. But for this, I'm just switching away from the strings to just using structs and keeping it a bit simpler. It wasn't me who designed the save system, so, you know, don't shoot me. I am from Sweden, but I live in Iceland. Wait, owned properties.
This is Fernando Miguel. He is really good at dancing.
A Byerlin has learned to dance.
Thank you so much for the follow, dude. Appreciate it. How long? Well, I released my first commercial game in 2020, and then I released this game I'm working on now, Penguin Heist, in mid-2021. And I've been working on this game full-time ever since, in early access. Contains ID, yeah, because the pork and beans, yeah, good. Which is back? Yeah, it's been back since Monday, so. How to start game development? What language should I learn? Any specific platform I should develop to? If you don't know the first thing about game programming, start out making literally just a text RPG, do it in Python, do it in Java, whatever. You know, I was mentioning this yesterday, but basically a game consists of three things. You have the simulation, you have, or rather, you have the input, and then simulation, and then the rendering, right? That's it. That's what a game is. You read input from the player, the input affects the simulation, and then you render the result of that simulation. That's what every single game is. This holds true for every single game. So what you want to do, if you want to get into game development, is get this under control, and do so while you flex your programming muscles a little bit. And I would say the safest place to start is by doing a text-based game. So specifically if you want to get into actually coding, right? So download Python, download Java, download whatever, C++, doesn't matter. Figure out how to read text input, and then you're set. So basically, if you want to make a text-based game, you can say, you print out, you just run this in the console, right? So you can have something like, you see a chest, do you want to open it? And then, right? So this is printed by the console. So we start out with the simulation. We render that simulation by printing this out to the console. And now we're waiting input from the player. The player, you read the input, the player types a Y. We run the simulation again. The simulation decides what happens when you open the chest, and then we render the result, which is you open the chest and find a potion. Do you drink it? And it keeps going on a loop, loop, loop. You can just, you know, something happens in text form, the player types something, there is a response in text form, and the player types something again. That's an amazing programming exercise to write a bit of a text-based game, right? It doesn't have to be fancy, it doesn't have to be in a game engine. Just do this and you'll learn a lot about what programming is about. And you can expand on this, because if you want to introduce like combat into a system like this, you could expand on the simulation. You could run like loops that print out what happens during combat. So maybe it's like, you see an enemy, do you attack? And you say yes. Okay, and then you run the simulation of how the attack goes. Then you can do like simulate dice rolls, and you work with like random variables, and then you work with like parsing text, so it's like an exercise in that. And then you can make it even more complicated by working with like arrays that define how the map is laid out or something. But it's all working with text, so you're working with in a very abstracted form of gameplay, right? You can ignore basically all the visuals. The only rendering that occurs is the text. That is my tip for anyone who wants to get into game development. Don't go off into the deep end and start opening up a Unity project or opening up a Godot project. Don't do that. If you are serious about wanting to learn programming, do this. Just make a text RPG. Read player input, simulate based on input, and render the output of said simulation. That's it. That teaches you the game design fundamentals. And if you can make a text-based game fun, well, then you're probably set for making an actual fun game that is not just text. Just a little rant there. At what age did you start to develop? I am asking because I think I'm too old starting from zero. I'm 22, by the way. Okay, so I'll say right away, you're not too old to start from zero. I had a sprite compiled and basic programming knowledge. I unfortunately did not manage to understand the difference and advantages of OOP against other approaches. You don't have to understand the advantage of OOP. I think, you know, programmers, they will obsess, like game developers and everyone in every single hobby will obsess over the right way to do things. But as it turns out, there are an infinite amount of right ways to do things. But in general, my philosophy is that the right way to do something is the way that gets you from A to B. And you're never going to get from A to B if all you do is study the right way to do things, right? You can read 1 million books about game development, but it doesn't mean you'll have made a game at the end of it. You can read 1 million books about programming, it doesn't mean you've written a single script. So just get your hands dirty. Start writing scripts, write little programs, do the text-based game like I was talking about, try to write Pong, write Snake, and you're gonna figure it out. There's just nothing stopping you. Just be creative and don't let the sort of idea or the ideal of how a developer should be stop you from making like something. Get your hands dirty. Do it. But also, you know, there's nothing bad about holding yourself to a high standard. Not at all. You should be holding yourself to a high standard, but do that while you're making progress and working on things. Hello, CCM Dev. Okay, I think we have a pretty good... We need to do the save game. I guess that's the thing. If we're... I mean, we could do autosave every minute or something. What game? We're making Penguin GTA. Yeah, let's just do like an autosave that runs on a timer. Public, sorry. And then we can do private float time of last save equals, yeah. If I'm how often should we save? Like every 3 minutes or something, so that's 180. Wait, is there an integer? Save index. Right. It was really hard for me to understand how I can use OOP within Unity environment because as I understand, it is not quite suitable for it. And for each entity, you just pin down the logic. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with most game engines is you're thinking in terms of objects, but not in terms of objects as you would if you were writing like pure Java or pure C#, right? Basically, the core way to think about game engines is most like, you know, bigger game engines, is that you have like these objects, right? And then these objects have scripts running on them, right? So you have like the scripts running on these objects that exist in space, and in Unity, a game object that exists in the world has a transform, and that's it. That's like the default thing that exists on an object in Unity is a transform. And the transform defines scale, position, rotation, right? That's always existing on a game object in Unity. But then beyond that, you just attach these scripts to the game object, and the game object is like the base object you're working with. And the classes you attach are called components. So like here, for example, like if I go here, I click create new, create empty, we call this new object, right? This object has these components here on the right, on the right hand side in the inspector. You can see what components exist on the object. And right now the only component you can see is the transform, and the transform exists on all objects. So all game objects in Unity. Hello, bro. How is Antarctica? It is good. It is good. We got that Java print line. But then I can always add components, right? So if I wanted to add, like, for example, to this, I wanted to add a mesh filter to render something, and I want that to render a specific mesh, right? We'll have it render that one. But it doesn't render anything because the mesh filter just renders the mesh. We need the mesh renderer to render what is on the mesh renderer and render that with a material, and now it's rendering. We can just add the penguin skin. And there we go. Now it's rendering a penguin. Ta-da! So these two components are existing. Fun fact, you can use right mouse button to use secondary color in Paint. Yeah, I suck with shortcuts in Paint, dude. I think Unreal Engine is more worse than Unity to learn due to newest Unreal Engine features. I disagree. but that's just what I think. I think that Unreal Engine encourages sort of bad practice because it has all of these sort of photorealistic things, and it doesn't encourage you to build stuff from the ground up. It encourages you to use the already built-in systems, and if you don't, you're going to face a lot of frictions. Unity expects you to sort of do a few things the Unity way, but mostly you'll just be writing shit from the ground up in code. In Unreal Engine, it's more like you have to use blueprints, and you have to use their proprietary animation system and proprietary character controls and blah blah blah. It's all like proprietary stuff that you have to use that's like built into Unreal Engine. Which, I mean, if you like that workflow, go ahead, go for Unreal Engine. Me personally, I'm a bigger fan of feeling like I'm down, getting my hands dirty, you know. But of course you can do that in Unreal Engine, but it's not the expected way for you to work with Unreal Engine. The benefits of Unreal Engine only come to you if you work with it the Unreal way. But like, again, not every game needs to use nanite and friggin' ray tracing, and many of the games who do use that run like ass, so... but anyway, yeah, Unity, it's all about adding scripts to game objects and adding components to game objects, because components get executed on the game objects and use the transform in the world space to know where the object exists. So you can't use sort of traditional game object-oriented ways of thinking about it. I know indie is still possible, but I'm saying, like, you're gonna face a lot of friction if you're trying to work on things from the ground up. And I know they have C++, but again, it is not the expected nor encouraged way to be working with Unreal. You can do it if you want, but it's not expected nor encouraged. Oh, we got a...
acrylic_pixel
Holy shit.
my stream with 6 viewers.
Welcome, Raiders. What's up? Yeah, I'm working on Penguin GTA. What is up, acrylic pixel? Raid. Stream is going well. I had like friggin' 60 plus viewers on YouTube Shorts just earlier. That was kind of wild. YouTube Shorts popping off for real. But now you guys show up. Yeah, I changed the water a little bit, so looks a bit nicer. Do you use a camera module to do that? No, it's handmade. That's what I'm saying. It's all, you know, Unity encourages making stuff yourself. You write scripts for this stuff. Whereas if you're working in Unreal, you would use some sort of camera module or a package or whatever to like transition cameras to and from places. But in Unity, it's like you don't have to do that, and it's in fact encouraged to come up with your own solutions. But if you want to do it, there's the asset store, which has all these different pre-built packages. But in general, like, Unity is very lightweight in terms of what it actually offers, like built-in. There's a lot of like Unreal Engine bloat. There's a reason the engine takes so much space when you download it, right? Yeah, damn. Anyway, I need to check with the housing thing. Let's see. Inventory renderer refresh. Refresh UI runs in start. I guess the start hasn't necessarily. Steam, yeah. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's like I don't want a freaking monolith of an engine when I'm working on my game. I'd much prefer to build my own systems, become, you know, intimately familiar with how they work, as opposed to learning all these other pre-built systems that everyone else has made and just use those. And it's just two different philosophies of working with games. Neither one is right, neither one is wrong. It's just two different ways to want to do it. It's the same thing, you know, with some people like making their own game engines from scratch. Me personally, I wouldn't want to make my game engine from scratch. But if you look at it objectively, there's no reason to make your own game engine unless you just like it. C# does not use snake case, no. It uses camel case. It's just that this convention here is for private variables. Underscore. And then you'd have public with no underscore. Can naked characters pass the censor board in a game? I mean, if it's a naked penguin, yeah, sure. But you maybe, I mean, as long as you're not showing like penguin dong, you know, you're probably fine. You're probably fine. Me personally, I have not modeled any penguin dongs for my penguins, so I'm safe. Cow AI, I'm good. How are you? You know. Yeah, some people might really like penguin schlongs, but I personally, I just don't find that it's necessary for my game. Just don't. But all respect to those who do. Respect to those who love penguin dong and schlong. Well, the keyword, it's just like the key, this is not necessary. You don't even need this. It's just convention to name your variable with an underscore for private variables. So like rect transform is private. You use the keyword private. You just use the underscore to denote, like in the script, say like as you're reading it, it's like, oh, okay, this is private. There's no point in doing it. It's just like I can look at open position, which of course now I haven't used the underscore, but in general, it's sort of like I can look at bag image, and when bag image is referenced in code, I can see like, oh, bag image is public. Same with closed bag is also public, you see? Yeah, it's just for readability. There's no need for it. Some people don't do it. Some people use like I know some people use like M, for example, which is an old school thing. I don't know what M programming. What does M? Member variable of a class. Yeah, common from C++ and Java. So you get a lot of people in C#, specifically in packages I've downloaded, that use M, which is also like, you know. But I think probably the M underscore thing, I wouldn't be surprised if this is derived from that. They just dropped the M because the M was pointless. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Boomer programmers use the M. I just don't. I don't think. Do you believe in tutorial hell? No, I believe in the only hell that exists is the one that you create, right? And you create that hell by never working on anything. Tutorial hell is just another word for procrastination, right? If you're just doing tutorial after tutorial and never learning anything, it's not the fault of the tutorial, it's just the fault of yourself. I'm making Penguin GTA. I think class property per. Oh. Let's see here. Because then you'd request the property based on the property hash. No, this is my full-time job. Full-time job. What is Penguin GTA, bro? It's Penguin GTA. You can do private. Ooh. No, this shouldn't be static. It should be public.
This is Fernando Miguel.
Just smile and wave, boys. Just smile and wave. Thank you so much.
Has learned to dance.
Thank you so much for the follow. We just hit our follower goal. Very epic. You think making a project while watching a tutorial is bad? Because people say you don't learn anything if you make a project just by watching on YouTube. Look, there's nothing bad about doing a tutorial, but you have to do it with the intent of learning. You shouldn't do it with the intent of getting a result, which I think is the problem. Very early on the game dev world, but hearing you talk for a bit made me follow. Hey, appreciate it. You cannot go to the North Pole in this game. You cannot. Because penguins live in the South Pole. Antarctica. Never forget. So, like, there's nothing bad about following a tutorial, and if you're following a tutorial with the intent to learn something specific, that's good. But what you should be doing, in my opinion, if you are set on learning the trade of game development, so what you should be doing is make small projects that are small enough where you can wrap your head around the individual problems that you need to solve to make that greater whole. So that's why I recommend making like a text-based game, right? Because there's nothing difficult about visualizing the problems that you need to solve, reading input, writing text to the console, simulating what occurs in order to have the text be printed, right? There's nothing difficult about sort of visualizing that in your head. However, as it always is with game dev, it is easy to visualize a problem, but it's far more difficult to actually sit down and solve the problem. And that's why you should be doing these text-based games, because it teaches you that even the simplest of simpler problems can sometimes be deviously difficult to actually solve. So you start there and you work on it until you feel confident enough to say that, hey, I know how to make a text game now. So what do you move on to next? Well, you can move on to something that's been done to death, that is also not very large in scope. And I always say make Pong, because Pong is also one of those games that is very easy to visualize the problems you're solving for, right? When you're making Pong, you have two paddles, right? You have a ball and another paddle. And what does the ball do? Well, it moves in a direction, right? And it bounces off the paddles. What do the paddles do? They move up and down, right? And then you have no wall here, and then maybe you have like a top and bottom wall. You can visualize the entirety of the game in just a few seconds, like every single mechanic, every single feature that's needed. And once you've visualized all of these things in your mind, all the problems you need to solve for, then you go and you solve each problem individually. Okay, we start with the ball. The ball needs to have collision. Okay, so we figure out how do we make like a circular collision. The ball needs to move. Okay, how do we add velocity to something? Okay, the ball needs to collide with the paddles. Okay, what colliders do the paddles have? Well, they're rectangular colliders. Okay, how do I make a sphere collide with a rectangle? You figure that out. And the paddles need to move up and down based on input. Okay, how do I read input? It's like every single problem has this sort of atomic part that make up it, right? So if a problem is this entire, you know, this wraps around the entire, this is the representation of the entire problem you're solving for, do divide and conquer, right? Let's say this is Pong. We divide it up. So we have the paddles, the ball, the wall, and the, I don't know, input or something, right? So that's 4 different problems. Now for input, we need to know how to read key presses. We need to move the paddles based on that. So that's dividing that problem up into separate things. And then you keep dividing and dividing and dividing until eventually you arrive at problems that are so small that you don't even have to think twice about how to solve them. That's just how we do it. Just keep breaking down into its like atomic makeup. And that's what game development and programming and software engineering is all about, right? That's all it is. I'm gonna try to make a text-based Uno. Yeah, go for it, dude. I think any sort of card game, text-based card game, is a great exercise because it forces you to maintain like information about the data of the deck. But I personally always liked text RPGs that give people like, you know, the option to say like yes or no, or type in like move north, move south, and then having stuff happen based on that. I always thought that was interesting. But, you know, you should just make a text-based game about something you think is interesting, because that's going to motivate you to keep working on it. I'm learning app dev, but like to watch game dev more. All right, awesome. I've never made... Well, I made apps when I was doing computer science in university, but I haven't made an app in terms of what are the mistakes you don't do if you start learning development all over again? I would say just don't... The most important thing I would say that I would avoid doing is not finishing stuff. Don't start a project and throw it away. Make small projects that are small enough to actually finish, and you know, wrap it up in a nice bow and put it out there. Put it on like itch.io, put it up for free. Just finish the shit you start making. That's the biggest mistake you can make, is not actually finishing what you're setting out to do. I'm scared of the size of GameDev, so decided on apps. You shouldn't. I mean, you know, if that is the reason, that's, you know, good for you. But in my opinion, don't let the sort of scale and size of a task and the amount that you need to learn scare you. That shouldn't be a worry. You should want to embrace the fact that you're gonna have to learn a lot of things. That shouldn't be scaring to you. It should be exciting. So like, turn around the way that you see like a challenge. Flip it on its head. Don't look at it as something daunting. Look at it as something new and exciting. Because you can't go into like game dev, you can't go into even app dev without wanting to learn new things, right? But take pride and take joy in the fact that you get to learn new things all the time. I think that's one of the most fun things for me with game development, is that I'm always learning new things. It's like, you know, if you're working a regular 9 to 5, let's say I was working, I don't know, still working at Subway or something, I wouldn't always be learning new things. Like, there's only so many ways you can make a sandwich. But with game dev, I'm always having to learn new things, learn new concepts, and apply those concepts. And I think that's very exciting, and, you know, that's something as a game developer that you should do. Embrace the challenge. You can't know everything. That's not your mistake. No, I mean, I think... Did you use a lot of libraries for this game, or did you just make everything from scratch? I tried to make as much as I can from scratch. Bigger assets that I'm using is Enviro, which simulates the sky boxes, and so you have like these cloud, like volumetric cloud simulations. The water asset, the car braking model is partially an asset, partially my custom stuff. Then what else? I'm using for the terrain, I'm using an asset. For the roads, the road generation, I'm using an asset, but I have like custom code that generates traffic data based on the splines used to place the roads. So it's like 50-50 there for the roads. Same with like custom models for like the sidewalks and stuff, which adhere to the spline of the road assets. So there are some bigger assets that I use for like larger concept stuff, like roads, terrains, weather. But all the models I make myself, the car models, the penguin models, the clothes, all the nature models like the palm trees, the rocks, the houses, everything, it's all handmade. Music, handmade. We also use a multiplayer networking library that's not custom written. Photon Fusion. And I'm using for pathfinding, I mean, Unity has built-in pathfinding, but we did use another asset for that, which is called A-Star Pathfinding Project, which allows us to do multi-threaded pathfinding. What would you choose to do in my case when it is a war in my country and game development is declining? That game development is not declining. I'll just say that flat out. Game development is only declining in AAA, but indie is doing just fine. People are still buying indie games. If they're good indie games, they're being bought. And I mean, if it's a war-torn country, I would assume it's probably people aren't earning that much money to begin with. That would be my guess. And if that's the case, I mean, considering in game development is like a global market, you can earn like disproportionately a lot of money. So that could also be a wise thing if you get good at this, you know. But again, it is a gamble, right? You shouldn't quit your day job. Don't do that. What's up with this guy? Yeah, it's not about the quality of AAA. I think quality of AAA is very high. It's the problem is that it's like the AAA games are priced, you know, AAA, and now they're getting more expensive, $70-$80. And people only have so much money to spend on these, you know, very expensive products, and it costs a lot to make these AAA games like Assassin's Creed. It's many years it takes. It can take like 5+ years for a game to get made, and then you have like the whole issue with a console generation's life cycle. People are getting like burned out because there's no AAA games being released for these consoles. You know, a console generation lasts 6-7 years, but a game takes 5 years to make. So there aren't even games coming out for these new generation consoles that feel like new gen, and people just feel like kind of scammed, and there's not a lot of innovation. Like there's high quality, but not much innovation coming from AAA, and so people are turning their heads towards indie. And then also with the fact that there's all these live service games, people, you know, become very loyal to one AAA game, but then they don't want to spend that money on another AAA game. And so instead they spend their money occasionally on these indie experiences instead. Which makes sense. Yeah, well, I mean, there's nothing wrong necessarily with there not being a lot of new, like, you know, people who like COD are going to buy the next COD, and people who like Counter-Strike are going to buy the next Counter-Strike, and so on and so forth. But the problem is that generally when it comes to AAA, people aren't hopping from title to title, because most of these AAA games expect a lot of time being spent on them. And people only have so much time, and everyone's competing for that specific time, right? Yeah, I guess it's not loading because the save file. Yeah, I get it. No, I think if I was not in the position I am now, and I was trying to get into game development, specifically indie game dev, because again, I wouldn't recommend I don't recommend trying to go for AAA game dev just because of the crunch times, and unless you, I don't know what the appeal of working in AAA is, but especially with all the layoffs going on right now, it's just completely a mess. But if you're going to indie, work a part-time job or work like 80%, you know, don't work the full 100%, so you actually have like a day or two over that you can actually spend working on your project, right? And honing your game development skills. Let's see. Is the instance not assigned or something? That one's not null, right? Even that one is null. Okay. Oh, yeah, of course it's null, because I didn't even attach it to any object. Do you make games having a thought of specific age group in your mind and then add feature and storyline, or is it just pure intuition? I would say from my part, it's pure intuition. I would say there are two main valid approaches when it comes to making games. One is sort of this pre-planned, well thought out, well considered plan for how to actually like make your game. So you're like, okay, we want to make a game for this demographic. Okay, we're gonna have this story, we're gonna have this art style, we're gonna have this and that and this, and it's all like planned out, and you're doing all this like very small like prototyping and prepping and getting it ready, you know, to come together to this big well-prepared product. Like that's one approach, and that's completely valid, and the output can be great based on that. But the other one is this more artistic approach, which is, you know, you just start working on something, you don't really know what it is, and then its shape reveals itself as you're working on it, and you don't know who it's for, why you're making it. It's just something that you feel like you want to make. And for me, that's the approach that I do. It's sort of like, you know, if you imagine someone just slaps down a big lump of clay on a table, and then you just start like shaping it slowly with your hands. You don't know what you're making. You're like, I want to make like a head, and you're like, okay, and then you start making it, and it's like, oh, it doesn't turn out to be a human head. No, it turns out to be like a goblin head, and then it's like, oh shit, and then you got like these goblin ears, and it's like taking its shape in front of you, and you didn't even know what you were making to begin with. For me, it was like, I want to make a game with penguins, and that was sort of it, and then it just revealed itself in front of me, right? I didn't know the specifics of what I was making, and I still don't know exactly what I'm making, but I'm having fun sort of discovering what's fun about this game, what makes sense, and yeah, it's a bit of a different approach that you can take for these things. Okay. Load game is never called. No, but it's almost like when you're working on games, many times it feels like the game is telling you what it wants to be. It's not you telling the game what it wants to be or what it's supposed to be. And I like that approach. I just start sitting down coding with no idea of commercial game that was a flop because it was too ahead of its time. No, I can't think of that at the moment. I think in general the gaming market is not saturated enough for that to be the case. I think people are sort of begging for new and interesting experiences. There were many games that were and still are ahead of their time and haven't been repeated, but also they didn't live up to what they wanted to be because they were a bit too ahead of their time. And I would say one of those games is Spore. Spore was insanely ambitious and didn't live up to what it wanted to be. They had to cut a lot of corners. Spore, no one has done anything like Spore since the release of Spore. It was released 2008 or something. But still, you know, here we are, almost 20 years later, and still no one has made a game even close to what Spore did. So that's like one insanely ambitious game that was way ahead of its time and hasn't been repeated. Black and White is another one, a god game. If you guys haven't played Black and White, I really, really recommend you do. They have, sorry. Black and White, it's like you have this creature that you take care of, and you're a god, and you're like controlling this village, and you're like expanding on the village, and the animal itself has all these like personality traits, where you can like punish or reward it for doing specific things. And it's, yeah, I mean, it's a crazy game, and no one has done anything like it since. And I think there are many other games like this that are just insanely forward-thinking that... I mean, they weren't flops, but they're still kind of underground in a way. Like, Spore was a huge success, and everyone at the time at least, knew about Spore, but now it's sort of lost in time, and many people are surprised it exists. I was gonna check here. Let's see. Oh, still not working, huh? Do you think a low graphic and bad storyline game with great marketing can make money in today's era? Yes. I mean, just look at Roblox games. Literally every single Roblox game has the worst graphics you've ever seen, and they're making bank. But I don't think that's something you should try to do, because that entire market is just a huge gamble. I think I might have to pause and recompile. But in general, it's like, I see there are two ways in which a game can make money. One is it's a mediocre game, but it has insanely great marketing. And by mediocre, I mean it's not a game of high quality, but it might be like very addicting or whatever. But it's, you know, it's a game that cannot stand on its own 2 feet. It needs the marketing to take off, but once it gets that marketing, it just snowballs and does real well and makes the money spent on marketing back, like, you know, 10, 100-fold, whatever. And then the second way is to make something truly novel, something that grabs people's attention and sort of strikes a chord with people's subconscious, I guess, you know? I've talked about this earlier, how like when it comes to games that do well and go viral, they go viral because the games are memes, and not in like a derogatory way. I'm not saying they're like meme games, haha, they suck. No, I'm saying like when it comes to memes, the guy who coined the term meme, Richard Dawkins, he was talking about behavior that has the sort of ability to spread from one mind to another, sort of using natural selection, right? And it's the same with games. So even a bad game can spread from mind to mind, or like word of mouth or whatever, just because it has this, there is something about it that is inherently speaking to our biology based on like current circumstances in the world, cultural circumstances, or just because it's inherently interesting, right? And that's like Flappy Bird, for example, would be one of those meme games that just spread like wildfire. Now recently Peak is another one, Schedule 1. These are great games, but again, there are many great games, but not all of them spread like wildfire, and that's because not all of them speak like the language that is most relevant to us at this point in time. Yeah, and it's the same with Candy Crush, for example. Massive marketing budget behind it. You can run over a penguin. Like that. Like so. Very easy. Nice. I think we should just do that. We'll... We have a mission module in the game, like buying weapons. There's no missions in this game. It's more like a life simulator, but there is a way to buy weapons. I can buy some and show you. Go to the gun store. You can buy like, you know, I can buy bazooka. I can buy sniper rifle. Let's see here. Sniper rifle and bazooka. I can put those in the hotbar. Bow, 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 bow. And bazooka, of course. I heard the point that every mechanic already was implemented at least once in some game and developers just recreate the mix of mechanics. I mean that, you know, it's true to an extent, right? But there are many things that haven't been done before. Because games can be so many things, and the context, like, you know, a shooting mechanic has been implemented 1,000 times, but a shooting mechanic can be implemented in over 1,000 ways. Like in this game, for example, the shooting is physics-based, right? So the aiming of the gun is attached to the penguin's arm. So shooting here behaves a bit differently. And then it's like I have this system, you see, so like the weapon is swinging wildly, but the actual like aim is not swinging as much as the weapon itself. So there's like a little bit of aiming stabilization going on. So that's like a different way that I've implemented the aiming mechanic. And that's not necessarily, you know, you could say that, yeah, shooting has been implemented before, but it hasn't been implemented in this way before. And then it's like all these different parameters for like how do you need it to be optimized, and like for example, here I have these penguins that are physics based, and I'm toggling between like being animated and physics based. So like right now that penguin is animated, but then when I get close to him he becomes active physically, which allows me to like hit him. See, now he's physics activated. I can punch him. I can lift him. I can throw him. When you aim at the window, does the glass shatter? Not at this moment, no. No, but it's like, yeah, many mechanics have been implemented, but the flavor of the mechanic is different and the context of the mechanic is different every single time. But if you're working within like an established genre, like boomer shooters, for example, then it's mostly about like level design and aesthetic. But there you have like so many references for exact copycat mechanics you can just borrow, and people just aren't going to care because it's a genre. They expect it to play similarly to each other. Does download a cracked version of games hurt developers a lot? I mean, I look at it this way: if someone downloads a cracked version of an indie game, they're a bit of an asshole. That's what I think. I don't think you should be, because again, it's like playing games is not a right, you know? It's not a human right to play games. And when it comes to indie devs, many indie devs are living basically paycheck to paycheck. Their games aren't selling in the hundreds of thousands, right? And so if you're downloading a cracked version because you're just thinking you want to skip out on paying, you're a bit of an asshole. But as far as how much it hurts someone, I don't think that people in general who download cracked games are genuine customers to begin with. I don't think most people who pirate games would have paid to play that game in the first place, in general. But I would say that there still are many people who pirate instead of buy. And that, you know, at the end of the day, that does hurt the developer. But then you can also say that pirates help spread the word of games or whatever. They make them more popular. Like, how many people haven't pirated Minecraft and then ended up buying it or whatever? Or like pirated Minecraft and then had their friend buy it. So I don't think you can say definitively whether or not it's hurting developers. I don't have the numbers on it. But I can say that morally, I think you're a bit of an ass if you're torrenting or cracking indie games. Because again, it's sort of like there's this entitlement from people that's like, I have a right to play this game if I want to, which is just blatantly untrue. But yeah, it's not something I lose sleep over, the fact that people pirate my games. Like, yeah. Okay. Let's see here. All these games are monolithic driven. Could you rephrase that? all the components have a single code base. I mean, I'm running this in Unity engine, so maybe that answers your question. Does game collect your personal data and company sells it? No. I mean, there's probably some level of collecting data, but I wouldn't say it's much of personal data. It's more like user, like who plays the games, where are they playing, how long are they playing. I think it does that automatically. I think that just Unity engine has that built into the whole engine, which is whatever, you know. If we buy the sniper and I buy the bazooka, okay, so it should be saved. Oh. Yeah, it's not loading the... I mean, it is saving, okay. Do companies plans before making some evil games which can cause death? I'm Blue Whale game. I'm not familiar with I'm not familiar with this. What's the question? Dev A uses one engine and one component. Dev B is using another engine with different language, and likewise Dev C, Dev D, or teams, and all the teams come under a single gateway to make it efficient. I was having some were you asking this yesterday? Because you shouldn't be using separate game engines to make a whole game. Just use one game engine. Don't, unless you have some very, very, very extremely specific reason to use another game engine on top of the one you're already using, just don't. I can promise you that there are 1,000 other ways that are way smarter to achieve what you want to achieve than to like try to do some weird mishmash Frankenstein amalgamation of game engines. Yeah, I didn't even, there was a blue whale thing. Wasn't that like mostly just a hoax made up by worried parents or something? Like, I don't even think those things are real. I think it's like the Tide Pod challenge, you know? Like one person or whatever ate a Tide Pod and then all of a sudden like everyone's eating Tide Pods, when in reality it was probably just one or two stupid people who did it. And they probably would have gotten hurt doing something else if it weren't Tide Pods, you know? Like, I don't think ever any of these social media trends are real. It's all just people making a joke, right? Okay, so it is loading it. Oh, but that's just logging the loadout. Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like, how often did that even happen? It's like, you know, the problem with news and surrounding like the social media trends is like, a thing happens once and then people extrapolate that to say that it happens to literally everyone who partakes in the activity. It's like, obviously that's not the case. It's, you have these idiots that engage in this activity in stupid ways, but they would have engaged in any other activity in the same stupid way and ended up harmed. So it's not the fault of the activity, right? It's like, oh my god, Pokemon Go makes everyone look at their screens and it's like it's only one or two people who do it. Yeah, but I don't think the blue whale game, it's like that no one's gonna friggin', you know, unalive themselves because of the friggin' mobile app. So it's like fake outrage. I think we need to have it as a class. Can you serialize a class? Coding app name? It's Writer, JetBrains Writer. Do you think if you leave development for 1 month and you forget a lot of things? I don't think you would forget much. I mean, you I don't know. Are you familiar with like the retention curve? I've shown this before many times, but basically the way that you learn and forget things is you have basically the M, let's say M is memory, and this is time. So the first time you learn something, you just know it, right? So it'd be like up here, you know it. So if you learn a new word, you just know it, but then you kind of quickly forget it. But then when you learn it again, you forget it a bit slower. And then you learn it again, and now it's even slower. Until eventually the memory is like essentially crystallized and you're never going to forget it. And if you're just learning a bunch of things here, of course you're going to forget them after 1 month. But if you've been doing it like this much, you're not going to forget it in 1 month. So just keep repeating, learning the same thing over and over, and you're not going to forget it. Yeah, it's JetBrains Writer, which is made for Unity. But I think it works with Unreal as well. Hey yo, what up, Slorb? I think yeah, I mean that's how you want to do it. If you're trying to like intently learn something, just do it like that. Me personally, I learn by doing. That's my general approach. I just like getting shit done. But if you're like studying something and you don't have a proper space to work on it, then I guess repetition and stuff is a good way to do it. Oh shit, my Tamagotchi died. Ass. Yeah, C has get set. But I mean, it's completely up to you if you want to do it. You can just do public int, you know, that's it. And you can do get, you know, I think it's something like that. Forget exactly. Or is it value? Yeah, I think you do. You'd have some other, yeah, private like that. I think that's how you do it, basically. Something like that. I mean, it's obviously a bit wrong, the syntax, but I just never use get set. I forget. Anyway. You know the granny game? Yeah, it's bad, right? I think I'm just gonna do a class. I don't need a struct for it. When you're gonna do face reveal? When I hit 1 million subscribers, we'll do the face reveal, guys. So come on, click that subscribe button. Let's get to 1 million. What do you think about using Pygame with Python versus C# and the game engine? I think it is completely up to you. I would suggest if you're trying to make something serious, you should probably have made a small game in both places. If either one of those are things you're considering for whatever reason, try making a small project in either one and see what works for you. Like me personally, I don't obsess over making the right choice, whether it's language, game engine, whatever. Just, you know, you can obsess over making the right choice until the end of time, and then you'll never have made a choice at all. So just jump in there and start making stuff. Your kids started coding? Yeah, you know. I'm not married, no. Well, my wife was just in chat earlier. You guys missed it. Yeah, I have 921 kids. Yeah, I don't think, like, there's never a right answer for either one. It completely depends on what sort of game are you making, why are you making it, how long are you going to be working on it. All these different things change the parameters of what fits what you're doing the most. And at the end of the day, every single choice you make is going to be wrong in some ways and it's going to be right in other ways. Pros and cons, you just live with it, you know? Yeah, I don't think that inventory data is necessary. It's just inventory list. Just different tool depending on the task. Yeah, I mean, it's not also just a task. It's like personal preference, right? You know, some people just really love the Python syntax. Some people just really love the C# syntax. So it's always comes down to personal preference, and you know, if you can't make a game in Python, but you can make a game in C#, but people are saying that Python is the best language, then what does it matter that Python is the best language? Like, the best language is the one that you can actually work in, and the same thing goes for game engines, right? It's like, obviously a Ferrari is a faster car than the average Mercedes, right? But that doesn't mean you need a freaking Ferrari to drive from point A to point B. Stupid analogy, but you know, you get my point. Mustang, Java, looks cool but won't work. In which class you study? I'm 26 and I studied in computer science. I'm just not always reading chat, so that's why I'm not ignoring people. Don't worry, guys. Don't get your balls twisted. DSA drama? I am not familiar. People waste a lot of time in just learning syntax. I think people waste a lot of time learning many things. So just start doing. Don't obsess over trying to learn something all the time. Is there like a equals overload operation, not equals? So the equality would be the ID X and Y, and it's in bag. Country, Iceland. Right, if it's null, then... Do you think master of one is better than knowing a little bit of everything? Depends on the context. In the context of indie, you have to be jack of all trades. You have to be willing to wear many hats. But in the context of AAA, well, then you have to be a master of one, right? Because you're not going to be able to get hired for a large studio if you're not an expert. So, completely depends on the context. People now are vibe coding. 0, automate tasks through AI, build UI with AI, and build backend with AI, develop REST API with AI. They're not learning anymore, they are just vibing. Yeah, I'm sure there are people doing that. I just don't let that bother me. Daily routine. I wake up at 7. I have my coffee. I'm generally at the computer 7:30 and 8, between there. Sit down. I'll spend like about 1 hour having like some videos on in the background and setting my workstation up. So like maybe I'm doing a little prep work before stream, doing a bit of game development there. And then at around 9 to 10, somewhere around there, I start streaming. And then I stream basically generally until around 3, 4, 5, depending on the day. 3, 4, 5 p.m. And then the rest of the evening, I just relax. And sometimes I'll work a bit more after I'm done streaming, but I won't get back on stream. That's generally my work routine. Introvert or extrovert? Well, I think either one, honestly. I don't identify as introvert or extrovert. I'm okay with being alone. I don't mind being around people either, so. How's the progress going on your game? It's progressing. Right, it's never null. Can you show it? No. I cannot, sadly. NDA, I'm not allowed to show it. Is it noon in Iceland? It's 1 p.m., so just an hour past noon. I think the inventory renderer here is looking if it's null. It's immutable, right? Oh, it's... What is your time of streaming? What do you mean? It depends on the day. I don't have a set schedule because I just stream while I work. I don't look at it as Instagram is Gordelify. You can find me there. Sorry. I think that. Is AI can code better? I don't know. Depends on the person, I guess. And the AI. Yep, 130k followers on Instagram. I'm back from the dead grind of yesterday. What's the dead grind of yesterday? No, I don't. I don't care for making money on social media. I'm literally working on Penguin GTA. Literally working on Penguin GTA. It's launching. I don't know, ask your mom. Just kidding. I don't know when it's launching. Why the game looks so cool. Yeah, I don't know. Magic. I have returned. Ooh. I think it's working. Did you know I had over 60 viewers? I had like 65 viewers over on YouTube Shorts at the same time. Yeah, I haven't gotten to the animations yet, but there's going to be animations for doors and stuff. So don't you worry. This game is still very early in development. Right, okay, so it's not saving the... Why you don't have baddie penguin in your game? Why do so many people want baddie penguins, huh? You guys get a hard-on from looking at penguins? Me personally, I don't. I don't want to see penguin schlong, I don't want to see big penguin titties, but maybe you guys do. But me personally, I don't. Hey man, I recently started GameDev and made my first game and it didn't turn out great. Do you have any tips to improve? Just keep making games and make sure you make them in a scope that you can handle. You should be able to achieve greatness if you make it on a small scope. I think you know, you can make the most kick-ass Pong game, right? Because Pong is easy. You can make a really good Pong game. Aren't you tired of repeating so many things over and over? You just get into the zone. I want to see Kylie Gwyn. Oh, Kylie Gwyn, yeah. Hell yeah. What do you mean by getting in the zone? You lock in, as the Gen Alpha would say. You lock in. Is tic-tac-toe easy? Yeah. Make tic-tac-toe and make it freaking insane, you know? Make the best tic-tac-toe you've ever played. Right? Make a game that's like small, but make it the freaking best version of that small game you can possibly make. So make tic-tac-toe, but add like particle effects and sound effects and freaking screen shakes when you place your your ticks or your attacks, you know? How long does it take to make a Penguin Heist? 2 days. You code with C++ or Python? No. Well, I mean, I have coded with C++ and Python. I did my master's thesis in Python when I was... did my master's thesis in generative AI with music. So then I used Python, and then I did a couple projects in university with... what the fuck? Is the inventory just empty? I mean, it says new list. Oh. What the fuck? Well, of course it contains no matching elements, but... Oh. Loadout. Insane, you have a master's degree. Yeah, dude. How to work? Go, or how's it going? It's going. Sure, for sure. I'm trying to see my YouTube short live. I don't know if I can find it. How's my short doing? I just want to see the... How are we doing? Got 7 viewers right now on the shorts. Hey, what's up, shorts? What's up? Got 7. You can make GTA 7 before GTA 6. Yeah, that's the plan. Shorts fell off. I fell off. Are you the only one who owned Penguin Heist? Because I just saw a lot of Penguin Heist game. Me and my buddy, that fish. My short fell off. Wait, so it's running there, and then it's running there. Yeah. Why is it showing ad break? But there is no ad break. Because it's for Twitch. I'm currently using Godot to make 2D games. If I want to make 3D games, should I switch to another engine? Just use Godot. If you're comfortable in Godot, keep using Godot. If you want to try something new, try something new. I like Unity. I use Unity. I will meet you when I will start working on my Terminus game engine. Oh shit, dude's making a game engine. Did I ever work on mobile game development, or do you know how we can make floating joystick for mobile games? Don't make mobile games. Mobile is ass. Mobile games will literally give you cancer. Do not make games for mobile. That's my professional opinion, guys. It was always depends, but mobile games is a no. Yeah. You know, when it comes to 99% of things, I'll say it's up to you. You know, make your own choice. Be inspired. You can do whatever you put your mind to, but when it comes to mobile games, I say don't touch it with a 10-foot pole. Stay away. It will guaranteed 100% mobile games, and making mobile games will give you cancer. You'll die prematurely, and also you'll end up depressed. And also you'll have no friends, and you will never get a girlfriend, and list goes on of the negatives, proven negatives of working in mobile game dev. So just don't do it. And also you'll go to hell, and the devil will take your soul. Yeah. Just don't do it. Have you played Rain World? I have not, but I think it looks cool. I mean, I could go harder on mobile dev if you guys want me to. Can you make driving with cop chasing the car? Yeah, there's going to be cop chases in this game, so... But I'm not going to do it now. But there will be such cases. By the way, how will you set the latency stuff when try to include... There already is multiplayer support, and I have already dealt with a lot of the latency issues. Why can't I see no black penguin? Is your game racist? There are black penguins, so maybe you're the racist one for not noticing that. Let me show you a black penguin, lil bro. You come here and try to cancel me, I cancel you, buddy. We got so many black penguins. Look, bro. Little bro. Get cancelled. This penguin is absolutely and entirely charcoal. Get out of here. You just got cancelled. You just got cancelled. Get wrecked. 10x plus 28 equals 78. Isn't 10 10 is 5. X is 5. Like literal, I didn't think about it, as long as mobile games. So that's my dream game, to make it at any cost. Yeah. But yeah, multiplayer support. I've had latency issues before, and there, you know, the thing with multiplayer. The thing with multiplayer is latency always exists, and you have to assume that latency exists, and you have to figure out how much or what parts can we simulate locally on the client. That's what you have to figure out. So in my case, like, my game has a bunch of enemies and cars driving around, and instead of synchronizing their positions just flat out, I'm synchronizing the destinations that those enemies and cars have, and then the client runs that simulation I already said I haven't played Rainward. No, I have not. Why, are you the developer here shilling Rainworld? Are you using green screen? Yeah, I'm using green screen. Yeah, this is me. I'm a penguin. No, but actually the whole backdrop is made in Unity. So this, I modeled this, and this is running here in this window. And then I am rendering this as an overlay in OBS. Why don't you change your game's UI to something looking like attractive? Because I just haven't yet. The game is not done. Hey, do you make the models yourself? Yes, I do. And I don't think that UI is that important, honestly. If it's clear and it lets you get shit done, then that's good enough for me. At least for testing purposes. It's like asking, why doesn't your game have a soundtrack yet when it's not even done? It's like, I'm not gonna work on the soundtrack the first thing I do. What do? I don't have PC to use Unity game engine. Well, just use Godot or make your own engine or whatever, you know? You don't have to go work with Unity necessarily. You can...
Foxilov said, "Brilliant idea destroying all cars only knowing their destination. Will any Penguin RPG for reloading with NPC than shooting NPCs to their new destination? When Impact Penguins say noot noot."
That, I don't understand a word there. That's... Will any Penguin RPG rolling... I just feel like I had a stroke, dude. What the fuck? What did any of that mean? No disrespect. Well, I would say make it without AI, so you can learn something. You can use an RPG and stuff in this game. You have bazookas. My specs, I have a 3080 RTX, and then an i5 Intel i5 processor. So it's not, you know, it's not the most impressive spec-wise, but it's competent for sure. But yeah, I understand. Okay, yeah, rocket ammo is Penguin NPC. Yeah, there's not a... What is RBT? I don't know. What is RBT? Registered Behavior Technician. That's what it is. No problem. Watch anime? No, I ain't no weeb. I'm not a weeb. Yeah, Alice is a weeb. If you guys have any questions to ask to a weeb, Alice is ready to answer. How much commission does Steam take? 30%. What have you said to add in that game? I say, make it without AI. You said you made tic-tac-toe with AI. Now remake it, but without AI. I'm thinking there's going to be some hunger element. Thirst, probably not, but hunger for sure. Because I want to have like burger places and pizza places and like hot dog stands or like fish and chips, whatever. I want to have that speckled around the city, for sure. Restaurants you can actually go into, like GTA San Andreas. If imagine you have knowledge about mobile game dev, then would you ever like to work on it if you get paid for that also? Hell nah. I'm committing, as the weebs call it, seppuku, if I ever have to work in mobile game dev. Do you think marketplace make more money than game itself? I'm not sure I understand the question, but no. I know, but you suggest to modify. I didn't suggest anything to modify it, no. RBT and other stuff. Yeah, I don't know if I said that. I don't recall it. So, but no. Okay. Recompile, I guess. Bro, literally that answer was so quick than my brainstorming power, yeah. You think people who do open source are kind-hearted? I think they're stupid. They're idiots. No, it's good on them. But again, you know, with open source people, they can be a bit they can be a little bit weird. It's like Reddit moderators and Discord moderators, you know, they're kind of like live in their mom's basement kind of people, you know. Not always, but sometimes you get those people. Because again, you have to sort of question who's willing to spend time working on something without getting paid. And generally, they end up like power tripping and acting kind of weird. But open source, great, you know. I use open source. I use Blender. I use GIMP. So, me likey open sourcey. Actually, I am also making game using AI, because I literally have no knowledge about it after completing 2 projects per year for both platforms, mobile and PC. Yeah, just don't use AI, dude. You're not gonna get very far. Your knowledge is gonna plateau. Eventually, you're gonna run into a problem where you're gonna have to learn all the fundamentals anyway in order to progress. How much do you deadlift? I don't know. Ask your mom. Is your game online? How do you host it? It's peer-to-peer, so no hosting required. But there is a relay server that I use, which is Photon Fusion, or Photon is providing it. Like, it's not 0 and -1. It's checking that it's not 0. Like, I is not equal to 0, and I is not equals to -1. Yeah, I think that's the thing, and -1. So this is probably gonna work now. Do you know the country India? Yeah, India. That's the country with you guys have the, what's it called? Disneyland? Oh wait, no, that's America. Bro, why? I hate you. Hey, yo. Likewise, brother. So in your case, as long as you are professional, what is your first tip for me to follow? Because I want to be a game dev too, specifically if it's in mobile, then it will be too interesting. My tip is to make game. But also, my second tip, don't do mobile. Don't make that deal with the devil. You will forever regret it. Make computer game. I am planning to enter the game industry. Do you think AI will take this part? Only if you're trash. Only if you're a garbage programmer, AI will replace you. AI will replace all garbage programmers. AI come and replace the slop programmer. No, but just make games. Make something small. You know, if your skill level exists here, right? If this is your current skill level here, right here.
Psy 1001
then
said,
you should make
"Good day,
something
sir."
that's just like beyond your skill level, okay? And just keep scaling up and up and up. That's my tip. That's my tip to you. be a bit more ambitious than what you already know, but don't go making a game that's on this skill level, because the difference here is like way too big. You're not going to be able to fill that gap in a reasonable amount of time. You're going to be overwhelmed, you're going to burn out, and you're not going to finish your game. So do it, you know, build up slowly. Do that. There you go. That's my tip. I'm gonna get refresh inventory, update loadout. I think maybe the hotbar is not assigned in the inventory. That's probably the issue. Bye, Neon Rush. Bye-bye. For now. Ah. Mysterious. I was gonna find the class, inventory renderer. Hotbar slosh. That's the thing, hotbar slosh. Okay, so on first place, imagine if I accept and start following your guidance. Yeah, do it, dude. Do it. I guess we need to save the hotbar slots in a different way. I mean, I think it's the IQ is not the primary predictor for how long amount of time it will take for you to get better. I think it's like working with intent. So basically you want to be mindful.
6001 said, use the text-to-speech reward to have your message spoken out loud by our bot.
Be mindful of what you're doing and why you're doing it. And don't just go about reaching for the stars first thing you do. Make small projects and explore new areas of game development every single time you make a new small project. Finish the project, put it up for people to see and play, you know? Okay, yeah, we need to... I think what we need to store for this, we can serialize the hotbar slots, but then we link them. So you'd refresh inventory. And then wait, what's the get inventory? I don't have any experience in game development like I do programming myself. I tried making games, but the models and animations are tougher than I expect. I messed it up after like a week of trying. And it's going to take many more weeks of trying. Just don't give up. With Blender, I recommend following tutorials because you're not learning that stuff yourself. But with Blender, there I would say it's like learn the
Baron
shortcuts.
GameDev TV said, art has coming soon. Yes, soon, pretty soon. Coming soon, trademark icon rights reserved.
Yeah, so learn the shortcuts in Blender and learn the general workflow. Follow a couple tutorials and again be mindful of what you're doing and how, you know, if you want to make like a bent pipe, Google how to make a pipe bend and look that up. How are you, Corn? I'm doing good. Yeah, my Tamagotchi died as well, dude. Yeah, use Godot. Hotbar. Right, and that's the thing. So the hotbar is a list of inventory items, but we need to hotbar.for. So hotbar I, and then we do inventory. We're working with references, so inventory dot for. Well, it's not IGA. I think it's more like IK. Hotbar. If hotbar I dot equals, because now we're checking equals, but it's not a reference equals 40k. Then hotbar I equals inventory k, and then we can break this one. And that should do it. So then that refreshes the hotbar. And then I don't know if this, like, that refreshes the hotbar array, but it doesn't necessarily. Oh, yeah, okay. Wait, is there a add inventory item, assign hotbar slot? That's what we need to do. This should. Oh. I guess it hasn't saved the hotbars, so of course it wouldn't load in. Like that. Save. Vote restart. Nope. Let's see what happens. Received hotbar and it's empty. So I guess we're not saving the hotbar. But even in the save, let's see, hotbar. Yeah, I don't think we're assigning to the hotbar list. It's just get hotbar. Yeah, that's the issue. So save, game. Let's try this. Wham bam. Mama slam. This is not a... Okay, nice. Okay, so that gets serialized. Hotbar list. Hotbar list. Hotbar list. Hotbar slots. Oh, did it work? Hell yeah. I'm a genius. It now saves the inventory.
Say1001 said, you saved the game.
I saved the game. Okay, see it has but I don't think like if I have it like this, I guess it would still like if I save this now. I don't know why it's not. Left shift, left control. I guess probably because it's... Yeah, flaps. Okay. So and if I vote restart now, it should probably render on the second slot. We'll see. Oh, hell yeah. Now we're talking. And this is in a separate save file, by the way, so I can actually have this be encrypted and not stored as raw text, which is awesome. Because right now, I mean, it's stored like this, so you see quite obvious what's going on. But I can encrypt this easily, because it's just serialized data. And then I can add like custom save parts, like when you finish a job or something. Maybe it will save then. Something. Try this one more time. There we go. The 911 trick shot. Hell yeah. Oh. My bad. I didn't mean to. Okay, let's do this. I call this the harbor trick shot. Ass. I call this the harbor trick shot. Yeah. Oh, shit. No. What am I doing, you might ask? Well, if you have to ask, well, that you wouldn't want to know. But I don't know why it's not. Oh? My car is fine, right? It's fine. Car's doing fine. Doing absolutely fine. Yeah, we're doing fine. We're doing fine. There's a little bit of black smoke. What did they say? If it's black, it's okay? Something like that. Window's still intact, so we're good. We're good. Oh! Get off my back! God damn! Let me go! Let me go! You asshole! Why'd you do this? Everything was going great. Let me get off. God damn it. What the fuck? Let me go. Let me go. Let me go. You freaking idiot. Why did you do this? Oh. Okay, yeah. That's all it took, I guess. No, 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 no. Okay, okay, nice and slow. Sorry. My car is not very strong. Hey, sup guys? You going to the beach too? Oh. No. Get up, damn it. Is it gonna explode? Is it gonna explode? Come on.
Save 1001 said, oh, damn it.
I think it only explodes when you're driving it. Shit, I need to change that. So if no one's driving, then... Yeah, see, the moment I got in, it exploded instantly. I got scammed, guys. I got scammed. I thought it was gonna explode the car and fly away. Your fault. You made these cars, Andy Gwyn. Death to thee! Oh, he literally just... Oh, there he is. What do you guys think about the new water? Kind of sexy, right? New water be like... Ooh. Okay. Yeah, it's got the transparency now, which hasn't been the case in very clean water. Yeah, it's because we don't have the Penguin here, only death. I'm just gonna try to buy the sniper rifle as well. I just want to have like a nice little starting kit, sniper rifle, and then also the health kit. Health kit? First aid kit, right? I think this is good. Good little inventory. We put that there and this. And then vote restart. And I just want to see if it's there. Because if so, that's awesome. I think it's kind of annoying to have to go to the gun store every single time I start up the game. But then we're going to fix the housing. I guess it's no taxi today, probably, but that's fine. I am going to go and grab myself a little bite to eat. In just a minute here, if this works. Oh, hell yeah! Frickin' flawless. They call me the White Stallion. Because I shoot and kill with grace. I'm the best sniper this side of Penguin Springs. You never know when my bullets will come. Got him. I've never played a game in my entire life, actually. Only game I've played is Tic-Tac-Toe. And I freaking hate Tic-Tac-Toe. I think that game sucks ass. So yeah. But I'll be right back. I'm gonna go have lunch. So. Well, it's not lunch. It's like 2, so. I'm just gonna pause this soundtrack because it's a banger. And I want to give you guys some more calm stuff while I'm gone. Okay, I'll be right back. All right. Let's finish this up. No! Ah, my homeboys. We're off on a trip. Great time. We need the penguinized merch. Yeah, maybe I should make penguinized merch, honestly. I can't do it until we have the new update out. If we don't have the new update, I can't just like, oh yeah, we've been gone for many months, but we're back with merch. It's like, yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. I did enjoy my snack, I did, yeah. Good stuff. I feel like the engine is a bit too strong. Right? The car should basically have exploded by now. You can't crash full frontal crash like that multiple times and just be unscathed. Yeah, there should be like a large chowder shirt or something. That would be kind of based. I mean, that's what I'd want. Yeah, if we did merch, I would want it to be hand drawn in that way. Not just like a render, but actually, yeah, just hand drawn. I think it's a nice style, the hand drawn art. All right, guys, you ready to die? You ready to die? We're gonna die, guys. Big mistake of getting into the car with me, fellas. Ah, shit. Now you've done it, boys. Now. No one will remember your names. You will die. You will die here. This is the end, boys. What the fuck? Oh shit. No! No! It teleported me into the... It teleported me into the container when it exploded. No! Let me out! Let me out! Please! I didn't mean to kill those penguins. Let me out! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to kill those penguins. I know this is the curse of the exploding car. Please. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can see the ocean. This is the last thing I will ever see. I have to explode myself with my bazooka. I'm back. Here we go. I made it out alive. Yippee! Okay. So, what was I gonna do? I completely lost track. Right, we've got the saved inventory. The housing thing is something I need to fix. So, I think if you're in your apartment, you should only be able to actually engage with the house building mode if you're in your apartment. So let's fix that. Fix that first. Because then we can do a bit more debugging to see like the state of like, do you own the apartment or not? We should also disable like the base zone in the top left. So that's in the player canvas, general UI, base zone and kill feedback. So this one, just disable that. Or actually, maybe we should enable it, but we can... I think top panel base alertness can be removed. This panel we don't show. Like that. I think that's gonna show the messages of killing quite well. See, I don't want the car thing. I don't care for that car speed. What is it? Camera? Car camera? Advanced car camera. Which should have the canvas, I guess. Player controller, there. Game panel UI. Parent for all, car state. Or does this have settings? Car state UI. There, so just disable that canvas. You don't need the speedometer to pop up every single time we hop into a freaking car, dude. Good day, hi. Good day, hi. Hi, good day, hi. Yeah, there's freaking 2 traffic intersections on all the intersections. Okay. Yeah, I'm making progress in all spaces. Okay, looks good. Strange that that's an intersection. Oh, of course it's an intersection. Because it's, I put an intersection under there. Interesting. Okay, let's see here. So that's the intersections. And then we need to see here. So the property. Housing property. And they are triggers. That component slider layer or game object dot layer dot that layer into layer.
Samuel said,
Layer,
laid.
Your reflection tells a story of a pirate's life of glory. Trust your eyes. Arr, the mirror never lies. Arr. Eyes. Your reflection tells a story of a pirate's life of glory. Trust your eyes. Arr, the mirror never lies. Arr.
So this checks that.
The reflection tells the story of a pirate's life of glory. Trust my eye. The mirror never lies.
Property. And then we can do on trigger. I don't think there's an on trigger entry here, so we can just do that. Void on trigger enter. Transform dot root dot compare tag layer. Hello, the good doctor is here. Let's see. So if we enter, we have furniture. What is it? Decoration mode manager? Yeah. If property manager dot instance dot owns property hashed ID. Oh, we also need to var layer equals that dot controller layer dot if not player dot this controller, then we return. But if they are the controller, we check to see if he owns property. And if so, decoration mode manager dot and decorate equals true. And then we do the same for on trigger exit. Oh, and if other dot name equals body, doesn't equal body, then we return also. And decorate is false. And then we can have a public game object decoration. What were we called? Decoration mode icon. And we can say here, if not is, or the decoration mode icon dot set active is decorating or not is decorating and can decorate. And then we make a little decoration icon. Decoration mode manager on here. And we add the little house icon or something with an H next to it. These menu buttons. We'll just duplicate these. And we can just call this the Oh, of course. Operation mode on. Perfect. And now this should show up if we're actually inside. So if we buy one of the apartments, we shouldn't be able to actually, we don't want to have that there. Oh, right, the canvas is freaking turned on, I guess. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to leave in a while, but just letting you all know. Okay, so I don't know which apartment it is that I just bought, but I'm assuming it's one of these. Nope. Dude, I don't know which apartment I own. Which apartment do I? Probably easier if I just buy one of the beach houses, honestly. Easier to check. Car anywhere? Meeting? No, I just have some errands I need to take care of, so I cannot be streaming much longer. Not this house. Ah, found it. Yeah, seems to be working. Gwen's gotta live, eh? Yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna turn off these canvases for the decoration. And then I think that should be enough. I need to figure out a way to have people know where the frick they live. Because I can't just buy an apartment. It's like, oh yeah, you own an apartment, but where do you live? I don't know. Okay, I think that's good enough for today. Thank you all for tuning in. And I'll be back. Well, the thing is, so next week I am moving to a new apartment, so it's going to be a bit on and off whether or not I will stream at all. There's possibility there won't be any stream next week. We'll just have to wait and see. If there is one, it's probably not early in the week. So yeah. Anyway, I will see you all at some other time. Next apartment, I guess I'll see you guys in, which is gonna be fun. So yeah.